Hello, my internet friends. Welcome to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. Well, I have to admit, right up until starting to record, I was feeling kind of miserable. And then, as soon as I started talking, I kind of forgot about it. But we'll see how long that lasts, because it's only been a few seconds, But anyways, excuse me for a moment. I'm gonna put my keys in the backpack. What a momentous beginning, huh? We're off to a wonderful start. It's like being inside your own head, your own echo chamber, and it really is kind of miserable sometimes. But I don't know, maybe like important or something anyways. I don't know about that. But regardless, now I'm here talking to you and it feels a lot better. I just feel more at ease. Sometimes it's as if I feel more at ease doing this than anything else, it seems. Even if I experience difficulties while walking and talking, somehow the fact of doing it the framework or something, and maybe just the communication aspect of it makes those difficulties easier to get through, or not, it doesn't make them easier to get through, but it motivates me to get through them regardless of how difficult they are. I'm walking on the same path that I walked on last episode. But the difference is there may be more ripe berries this time. Last time there were no ripe berries, except for the ones that you can't eat. But there were some black raspberries and that might be ripe now. Why don't we just chill on this bridge for a little while? Hey? I remember last time it was like I called it chill the whole way through because I had no desire to have any special sort of experience or special sort of mind state, and I even began with this goal of having just a completely normal mind state the whole way through, which was a really interesting challenge, you could say. I say challenge in scare quotes because it wasn't exactly a challenge. It was just kind of a novel idea of a goal to spend 4 hours in a consistently normal mind state, you know? And this time, this episode of Walking and Talking, it's like we could do that again, but I'm really interested to see how this episode is different, because many of the external factors are the same. It's around the same time of year as the last episode. It's only like maybe a week and a half later, and it's the same geographic location, but you know, it's going to be completely different. For one, now I'm more familiar with the path, so that's different. And then there's just, you know, the memory of the last time exists in my mind, so that will definitely affect things somehow. You know, repeating things, it's always different every time. You can't really repeat anything, because having done it before makes it different than the past experience. What a nice view, though. It makes me feel expansive. Pretty normal so far, I would say. My mind state. Actually, it's the content of what I'm saying seems to express kind of a low-key cheerfulness. Not too cheerful, not like weirdly cheerful, not dangerously cheerful, not like suspiciously cheerful, just kind of like regular, everyday cheerful, the way you might expect to interact with a stranger that you know, at a store or something like that, or an acquaintance. Hasn't like, I wouldn't say we've gotten deep yet, of course. It's only the first few minutes. So is there something inauthentic about this? I'm not sure. I wouldn't call it inauthentic, but you know, we're nowhere as deep as we could probably get, and it remains to be discovered just exactly what depth means today. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what we're gonna be talking about. There's no telling what the emotional topography is gonna look like, although my prediction would be that it'll be relatively stable. Just kind of judging from my current state, I'm not anticipating any crises or freakouts or any like you know, deep or long dark spells. I mean, and contributing to that, it's really pleasant out. It's maybe a little hot, but we're gonna be in shade most of the time. There might be some ripe berries to eat. Oh, speak of the devil. Look at these black raspberries. No sooner do the words emanate from my mouth than do the raspberries enter my mouth. And we'll hope we don't get any ticks. Worth the risk. Worth the risk of the potentially lifelong debilitating chronic disease. Well, you know, here's you may be familiar with picking berries as the world's most pain-free activity. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I highly recommend that you go somewhere where you can pick berries and just spend as long as you can doing that. Especially if they're wild berries, you know, edible ones, of course. Just eat them. Eat some while you're picking. If there's a whole lot, put some in save some in a bucket. You know, get a milk jug, cut the top off, or some kind of container, and then put a rope around it, or a piece of cloth like a scarf or something. Just tie it around your neck so that it hangs there around your neck or around your waist. That way you can have both hands free to pick the berries, and it goes a lot faster that way. You can pick with both hands, or you can pull down the branch with one hand and then pick with the other hand. Wild, you know, is a benefit because they're free. You don't have the pain of like having to, well, they can be cultivated, but like you might, if you don't know where to find any wild ones, maybe you have to go to some U-Pick farm or something like that, and then you have to pay some money and you'll have to experience the pain of spending money. But that's not so bad. It's probably worth it. It's just the most pacifying activity. It will soothe any existential pain. It's afternoon. My stomach is full because I had a hearty lunch. I didn't eat breakfast. I just had, I don't know if it's breakfast or lunch, but you know, a meal. So, you know, it's like sometimes I come out and do this before I eat any food for the day, and I'm like a little bit more empty, and that's fine. Then I like maybe go into the emptiness a little more, like psychologically, spiritually, however you want to say it. Sometimes I eat beforehand, and this time I ate a very hearty meal beforehand, so we're coming into it full, and I feel all right about that too. It could be the case that will contribute to the sort of tone of this episode being less like delving into the void than some other episodes, and that's totally fine. There'll be plenty of time to explore the void in subsequent episodes, I guarantee. I certainly feel all right about being full at this moment. It's like almost, it's like I could have eaten less, for sure. I'm like, hello.
Hi. Is that a bow? Or
No,
an instrument?
it's a selfie stick.
Oh, you made it yourself?
Yeah,
That's so great. That's very cool.
thanks. Have a nice day.
Oh, can I ask you to take a picture of my friend and I?
Oh, sure.
Not with your selfie stick, but because it's a selfie stick, then it wouldn't be a selfie to him. Hey guys, come on, let him take a picture of us. Look how excited they look. See, he has a selfie stick. I thought he must know how to use technology.
I can press a button or two.
Some people can't.
And then you can send it to me. I won't make him take with two phones. Come, this next young man's gonna take our picture. And he's gonna make us look young and thin.
All right.
I don't know,
It
young
really
and
is
thin?
a selfie stick.
Yeah, he made it himself.
All right, there's one. There's two. You want to do it? You want to do a wacky one? All right. There you go.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. What's your name?
Ben,
Okay, I'm Jane. Thank you so much,
good to
Ben.
meet you.
Oh my God, thank you.
Yeah,
Oh, great. I look really good in the one with...
I'm walking and talking on YouTube.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
That's great.
Well, how about that? I took a photo. I took several photos. Excuse me, pardon me. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, I was like almost on that borderline where if I had eaten any more, then I'd probably feel a little like bloated. But I'm just at that nice, satisfying line where I feel like full, actually, but not overly full, and I feel it feels nice to feel full, actually, today. It was a good lunch. It's like spending a significant amount of time alone, but also around people, but people I don't know super well, kind of like new friends. But it feels very nice to be doing this. Should I be suspicious of this? I don't think so. There's a very large dog back there that the owners were holding very cautiously as I walked by. like a Doberman, I think it was. Definitely looked like, you know, an intimidating type of dog. That could do some damage if it wanted. I'll have to show you a picture of this selfie stick if you haven't seen it. Or maybe they'll come maybe at some point in this video I'll take the camera off and point it back at the selfie stick. Some episodes have been really like whacked out and like kind of high energy and weird and spontaneous and playful. This one's not so much. This one's like, this one might be kind of boring. This I feel like this episode is probably boring for kids. Or if you're a kid and you can watch this episode, you're like doing a really good job. I mean, I'm impressed at your attentional span. I don't know, maybe I'll get a little crazy once, you know, once I digest my food a little bit. I remember being a kid and just being like always going nuts. Always goofing off. And then you're like, man, adults are so boring. They're just like, they're so chill about everything. Well, yeah, now I'm like that. Now I'm like chill about everything. Most of the time. Well, you see me, when you see me drink a matcha latte, then I'm not chill. Then I'm fucking bouncing off the walls. That's why I save, you know, I barely ever drink any caffeine. I just save it for when I actually want to go nuts. Yeah, I was just wondering, with this episode, where the crux is, so to speak. Like, if I'm just kind of relaxed and not worried this whole time of walking and talking, what are we going to get out of watching? Is there any reason, you know? Tension, drama, there's none of that so far. It's just like, it's a walk in the park. Literally. But, you know, and then I can worry about that a little bit if I want, and that worry can introduce a type of drama in itself. But yeah, I don't know if we need that. Gnats. I'm I'm certainly not going to contrive any drama or crisis, you know? There's enough of that in life. I mean, it's like, we like seeing depictions of crises and drama because, like, we can reflect our own experiences off them and make some kind of meaning out of our own struggles when we see other people's real or depicted struggles. And so it makes us maybe feel a little less alone in the world, or we feel a little bit emboldened in whatever struggles we may be dealing with. Interestingly for me, it seems as if with this episode, it's like all the struggle has occurred off screen. Like in the whole like day and a half or more like leading up to this. You know, just like being kind of in existential despair. But now I'm doing this and it's just like all of that, like I just like feel fine. I feel totally fine about doing this right now. I don't feel worried about anything right now. I guess the question is like, if I were doing this like all the time or almost all the time, would that mean I'm like chill a lot more of the time? Or would it just mean that I would have more struggles on screen? I tend to suspect the latter, probably. Although who knows, you know? When you stick to a routine, it really does grant some kind of psychological stability. Maybe I should be doing this more frequently. Might get deeper in that way. I mean, I'm not gonna get linearly more viewership, I don't think, the more I do it, because like the more content that I upload, the more episodes that I upload, the fewer people are going to have time to watch that many of episodes. But I wonder then if the practice would deepen for me doing it more regularly. You know, it's like doing it like if I did it every single day, for instance, which would be pretty hard, but not impossible. It's like I don't have this sort of like buildup of experiences over the previous days to draw upon in talking. I mean, it's not like I actually talk about my experiences that much anyway, but it's like it would be as if I would have even less to talk about, and that I think would be interesting. It's kind of interesting now that I'm talking in concepts that that relate to past and future just pretty normally, rather than doing the immediate now type of observation. Well, I suppose now what I'm talking about is remarking upon the type of talking that I've been doing in this episode so far. So it's become a little bit reflexive and immediate just in that observation. And now that was a meta observation that I just did. So like as soon as I say that I'm just talking normally about future and past abstractions, then it becomes untrue, and it becomes true that I'm actually talking as per usual about talking itself, and continuing to jump up meta levels of thought, or moving upwards in the vertical dimension of thought, that is, looking at the behaviors and qualities of thoughts, rather than this horizontal dimension of kind of networking my thoughts with other related thoughts to form a map of meaning. The only annoying thing is the tiny little gnats that fly around my head. Also, I worked out this morning, like a pretty big workout, I'd say. And so it's like my natural bodily inclination would be to rest and not walk for 4 hours. But psychologically, I felt like this was the most needed thing to do. It's weird. It's like I get lonely if I don't communicate with you on a regular basis. Even though it's a one-way thing. Hello. Hi. I mean, it's like communicate with you, but at the same time, still, you know, it's like why is it that I described my recent off-screen experience as being in my own echo chamber, but now I'm talking endlessly and I don't feel that way because I'm being observed. why is it that doing this is like feels even better than like talking to a lot of people, like talking directly to some people. I don't know. It's not a, it's, you know, it's no offense to any particular people, but this is the mode of expression where I can speak in a way that feels more authentic. I don't know what is my problem. Maybe I'm just profoundly narcissistic and I can only appreciate one-way monologue because I don't want to empathize with anyone else. I just accidentally said anyone-y. It's a mixture between anyone and anybody. And maybe you enjoy this because you get, you know, somebody just kind of talks to you or at you, whichever, and you don't have to say anything back. You don't have to think about your appearance or your social representation. You don't have to be conscious of your identity. I don't know, maybe I draw attention to it sometimes, but you don't have to be conscious of, like, you don't have to be conscious of your specific identity in my eyes, because I can't see you or hear you. I can't really judge you. But I just kind of have a positive regard for you, like regardless of who specifically you are, merely on the basis of you being a person and having gone this far and existing in life. It's like that's hard enough. And so it's like, yeah, I know, being a person, it's pretty hard work. I've done it, and so I know. And so I'm just like congratulating you. It's like whatever particular form your difficulties or struggles manifest in, I know that they're present. And also for anyone has the patience really to watch this. Hello.
Hi. Hello, it's me.
Anyone who has the patience to watch this video, I hold in high regard as well. I think I've said that before, but you know, I'll say it again. Like if you're watching this YouTube video, you've obviously watched, you've seen a lot of media, you've seen a lot of stuff, and you've gotten tired of it. And it could be that you've kind of gotten tired of the ceaselessly libidinally limbic system stimulating nature of much of the media that's available out there. And you're like, I just want something real. Maybe. It's pretty, you know, this is pretty close to just I don't know, it's kind of close to like non-media. I mean, yeah, it's still media. But there's almost zero effort being put forth to capture your attention, to stimulate you, to make you feel warm and fuzzy. I mean, I do want you to feel good. It's true. And that desire certainly has an effect on how I talk. It kind of reigns in my mind to know that what I say and how I say it will be heard by people and therefore will have some kind of impact on their present experience. And so it places on me some form of responsibility to not just like drift into some kind of like negative mental space. I mean, that's actually not, that's not always true. It's like, it's not that I necessarily want to avoid negative emotions. But I guess the responsibility is more like no bullshitting, no, like I have to be completely real, I feel. Like if I do have negative emotions, I need to actually experience them like full on, and without softening or mediating them or filtering them through any such mechanisms such as blame or projection or projection onto some exterior cause. It's like knowing that I'm being watched kind of forces me to be the most responsible and good person that I know how to be for the duration of the video. You know, it would really be nice to live out here, except for the constant threat of Lyme's disease. Lyme disease. There's a pleasant breeze. Maybe this fullness, you know, maybe coming out here with a full belly contributes to the nature of talking being a little bit lax or something. That's what I'm saying. I got a mosquito bite and it really itches. Lax as in I haven't been strictly observing my thought process, you know, very, very closely. I've been kind of letting some relatively broad concepts fly about and just kind of linking them into a loose train that where I'm not super cognizant of the continuity of it over a long scope. And then I also let my mind wander into specific externalities of my situation. For instance, a cool breeze or this itchy mosquito bite, that sort of thing. What could be called, I don't know, interruptions of a train of communication, I suppose. I don't know, why is that? I can really only communicate concepts. Like if I have a sensation like this itching, if I have this sensation on my wrist, this itching, I can only communicate to you the concept of itching. I can't communicate the sensation unless I were to somehow make you physically itch. But what am I trying to do here anyways? I noticed some mild consternation occurring in trying to kind of recover and follow a certain train of thought concerning my mode of thought. That is, trying to analyze the way that I'm thinking and talking and communicating, and having this vague notion that the way that I'm communicating is somewhat lax, or somehow not as rigorous as it could be. But then trying to discern what exactly that rigor is that I seem to have a notion of, what mode of communication would feel not lax, and trying to describe that. Like, I seem to have an idea that what I described as the vertical dimension of thought, that is, jumping up meta levels of thought by observing my thoughts and kind of describing the behavior and the nature and the qualities of my thoughts, and then continuing in that pattern upward and upward, continuing to kind of analyze the qualities of the previous thought, which leads in this chain. I seem to have a notion that that would constitute a rigorous process of talking. So in following with that, to kind of remark upon the previous sentence or a few sentences, I can't remember which exactly, I kind of noted in my mind that they seem to be constructed well. I was pleased with the vocabulary and construction of those sentences. And so that last sentence, as you will note, was a description of, the previous thought. So it is kind of going up a meta level of thought. And as you may have noticed, this current sentence, which is a little bit run on with, using conjunctions and what would be typed out as commas if this were written down, is also an analysis of the previous sentence, but is also becoming more and more an analysis of itself before a period. So you could consider that a period. But then this sentence starting with a so, which you're technically not supposed to do. Start sentences with a so, but it's hard not to sometimes. It's like, what does that mean? And what is the so for? I think Harry Shearer on his show, Le Show, has a segment called the So's of the Week, and he just from the news media, he just plays all these clips of everybody starting multiple sentences with so's, and it's really funny. I wonder how many sentences I start with so in walking and talking. The past several sentences have been kind of interesting to me in that I'm actually noticing now a greater degree of continuity and a degree of some quality, which I think I would maybe describe as the rigor that I was perceiving this episode as lacking before. And it seems to be a quality of not being about anything external, but just being about itself. But also what feels nice is that seems to have occurred pretty organically. Like, I was talking in a way that was very normal at the beginning of the episode, and I started remarking about how normal it felt, and remarking on this sort of feeling that I had that maybe it was a little too lax. Maybe it was lacking a certain kind of continuity, rigor, like I said already. And then, like, I'm realizing now that even that is kind of the beginning of the rigor and the continuity and the self-reflexivity that I was referring to, a lack of. And so it really just kind of happened without me needing to contrive anything. And even within that, like, some other kind of more external concepts like snuck in there, like, you know, referencing Harry Shearer's Le Show and the sows of the week, and, you know, wondering how many sows, like, and so, like, a more normal kind of, like, sort of random pontification, like, popping in there, adding to the kind of organic feeling of this train of speech. And I'm appreciating now. I'm really appreciating what feels like the complexity that's just emerging by itself here. When I look back at my memory of what I've been saying so far, it's interesting to me. It has a certain kind of complexity. It has like emergent phenomena that simultaneously, you know, make the present speech interesting to me and make me wonder what the future is going to hold for this episode. And it's like there's all this complexity in my memory of what I've said already that feels like all this building blocks for what I can say next. And that feels kind of fun and exciting. It feels like there's no shortage of kind of verbal, conceptual material to build from just in my store of memory of this episode. And each moment that I'm, you know, speaking another sentence, it's been feeling like that sentence is going to lead towards something new and fresh, and I'll be able to build upon that sentence in an exciting way. I mean, is it possible for this to just, like, continue feeling interesting to me this whole time? I suppose there's some effort involved, but as I say that, as I say that, I have to examine more closely, like, what I mean by effort, what that is, you know. Effort points towards my own agency as a person, as an author of these words, and then, you know, agency, like, that points to my own subjectivity as a conscious being. And so, like, this when I start to examine now, like, what effort is really in this context, it's pointing me towards these really fundamental questions about consciousness that I'm really interested in, and that when I feel like I'm on the cusp of those questions, then I feel like I'm in the right place. You know, where it becomes a little bit foggy as to what exactly I am, you know. So this has been an episode so far where it's already going into a territory where I could describe this mind state as not so normal. It contrasts with how I've been feeling leading up to this video in the past few days. And partly because I've just been experiencing a lot of pleasure just in the emerging contents of my own mind, without needing to refer to much external. Just walking down here to see if there's any berries. That's external, we could say, but there's some unripe blackberries. Oh, there's some unripe grapes, wild grapes. Some kind of viburnum. Sumac. Will I get bored? If I do, it's okay. Because I never can stay bored, really. Actually, yeah. Boredom for me is really not a problem in walking and talking. Anytime that I feel bored in this process, it's like it means I'm on the cusp of discovering something really interesting. I wouldn't even say that I ever get bored exactly. But sometimes there's a feeling of effort or difficulty or emptiness. But today I feel full. Both gustatorially and intellectually, and I guess I could even say existentially. Full as in just having no problem with this experience. Oh, what's that? Oh. What's that? Ooh, little frog. Little frog. Little tree frog. I don't know if you can see him. Little guy. not full as such that I feel, it's not that I feel too much like stuck in a discrete entity that feels, you know, large and full, but more just that the current experience feels full. Like there's no lack of anything. I mean, I am a little thirsty, I realize as I say that. So I'll stop and drink some water and let these cyclists pass. Hi. But it's been an hour and there's been some trains of thought that have felt interesting to me. And so I have some kind of confidence that there's something of value already, or at least something interesting to me in this video, but you know, something else is telling me that I need to let go of that because it's already in the past, and to dwell on the value of the past things might be interrupting what remains to be, you know, discovered in the present. What kind of complexity could be, you know, manifested right now in what I'm talking about. So we have this transition about thinking about the past of this video, and then directing myself towards the present of this video. Hi. Is this interest going to continue, or like will I come up short, you know? If I have a perception of a past success, is the present moment going to pale in comparison? That's the word I was looking for. Man, I have to pee already. I always feel very wary of thinking about anything as a success. It's only, you know, it's only in a kind of, I would say, compromised kind of communication where I have to describe something as a success. Like if somebody said, how'd the set go, or how's walking and talking, how's your walking and talking, you know, I always I have to say something that is, of course, compromised and, you know, reduces the vast complexity of the experience into something very brief and simple. And that's fine. And so maybe sometimes I might say that I thought it was successful. Which is kind of problematic because the only real parameters here for gauging success is if I continue to walk and talk for 4 hours. And you know, sometimes I don't even continue walking the whole time. I'll sit and chill for some time and talk, or maybe there's some gaps in silence, but in that sense, there's not really an episode that's like unsuccessful. Or if I play a music gig and somebody asks me like how that went, it's really hard to say. It's really hard to try and reduce the complexity of that experience, you know, and which is always intensely subjective. As is this thing. But, you know, I'm wary of communicating these reductions to people, mainly for the danger of reducing the complexity of experience in my own mind. I mean, I suppose maybe we have to do that to some extent, but really to be faithful to, you know, if my memory of anything is to be truly faithful, it's like there's no experience that is that's completely good or bad or reducible to any kind of binary like that. And you know, ultimately it just, every experience is what it is, and is truly irreducible. And in communicating with someone, I don't know, it's like you're communicating something else to them. It's almost like communicating, it's when you communicate, when you tell someone about something, past experience, in some ways you're telling them more about your present experience of like the sort of quality of how that memory is sitting in your mind right now. And maybe people actually understand that, hopefully. Like when you ask somebody about how something was for them, what you're really asking is how they are right now. I mean, that's like, whatever their response is more indicative of how they are now than how anything actually was, I suppose. Maybe. That's one way of looking at it. But after that gap just now, my mind kind of jumped back to the sort of self-analysis of talking again, just as in a thought jumped up in my mind, like, this is feels a little meandery or something like that. I seem to be casting out broad concepts that are, yeah, more general concepts about communication, not specifically about this communication. And I wondered if that might be getting a little bit uninteresting. Maybe it's just that started to become a little dull to me. And then, after that brief gap, when I started to talk about this thought that I had regarding these broad concepts that I was casting out in relation to my perceived quality of walking and talking, that act brought the mode of thought back towards the self-reflexive mode of talking about walking and talking about this episode, i.e. talking about this talking. And then I had another memory of the past of this episode, in which I remember constructing some very long sentences and being pleased at their construction, the complexity of their construction, and their vocabulary. And I remember stating my pleasure as such. And I remember that train of thought continuing to grow in an interesting way, and I contrasted that with the present moment, and I then judged the present moment as lacking some of that interest and excitement and pleasure of discovering the complexity of what my own mind could produce. And in the past few sentences, or it might have been one long sentence, because I remember putting a bunch of ands in just now, I was thinking, for at least probably the first half of that long run-on sentence, in which I was describing a far past sentence, I was judging it slightly, just slightly negatively, in that it was referencing something past, something foregone, or far gone, with a mildly longing feeling, a slight longing for the experience of speaking past sentences. But then, by the time I got to the end of that sentence, in which I was describing kind of wistfully and nostalgically this previous sentence, by the time I got to the end of it, I had regained interest in the present sentence, in that sentence that I had just spoken. Or it's not so much that I was then interested in that. It's not exactly that I was interested in that specific sentence that I had just finished speaking so much as but even though I was interested in it, it's that that sentence kind of echoing and ruminating in my mind in the brief gap after it ended held within it the promise of new, more interesting sentences for the future. As if my excitement for the future sentences was reinvigorated, and it was as if I had discovered much more to chew on intellectually, so to speak, with what was presently happening. And you may observe right now, as I am, that even the act of describing that thought action has led to kind of a wealth of observation on the thought process, and just a lot to chew on and a lot to describe coming from seemingly very little. And it could be said to be coming from nothing, really, because if you are actually trying to wrap your mind around what exactly I'm talking about, you are probably going to come up with nothing, which is what I am also coming up with. But it's also true that everything that I am saying is completely logical, correct syntax. It all follows from perfectly normal talking. It's all just following a normal and logical and rational thought process in my mind that began in the beginning of this video, talking about really ordinary things like having had a good lunch and stuff like that, and talking a little bit about the past episode and about the present episode and current day, and how I was feeling and stuff like that. But now here we are, having followed this long and kind of winding, and now I would say very much vertical train of thought. Vertical as in continuing to ascend to meta levels of thought, that is, looking backwards, or it could be said downward, on to analyze the behavior and quality of previous thoughts, and to look back upon the trail that we followed mentally, and to try and trace that trail a little bit. But we've actually gotten so far that it would be nearly impossible to be able to grasp the whole trail, that to kind of recount how exactly we got from talking about having a nice full belly to talking about whatever it is we're talking about now would take as long as the video so far. It would take 1 hour and 24 minutes. So that feels exciting to me. It feels like, there's no, it just feels like rife with possibility. And like possibility for what, you might ask. Just, I don't know, for like novel and compelling thought itself, but then also like to kind of marvel at the miracle of thought itself, and just like how yeah, how complex and strange it can be. How it can behave in unexpected ways. I wonder if at times, like just now when I stopped for a few moments, or one moment, depending on how long a moment is, if it's a symptom of having said something reductive, you know, and I think it may be true. Like an attempt on my part to kind of like sum things up, and simplify things in a way that just, you know, it creates an ending, which is not really what we're going for here. I mean, like, it's an ending is, you know, in some ways a relief. Like, you know, it's like we can then like feel like we can package all this experience away now. But as you know, that's not what we do here in Walking and Talking. We go for the full 4 hours of continuous talking, and you know, there's sort of an ending at the end of the 4 hours, but it becomes very apparent that it's like this phenomenon of thought is just like a continual thing that almost never stops. And and that, like, and it comes into question if there's really like any kind of value hierarchy among thought, you know? Like, we will tend to discover, you know, coming out of a thought that seems like very mundane or some kind of throwaway thought, something that, like, what's the point of this being on YouTube? We might ask. Out of that comes something really, really complex and weird and interesting. We've gone almost an hour and a half now. I still don't know. I can't say what the future of this video will be like exactly, but I feel like there's been a tone set, and it reminds me in a very positive way of some of the earlier episodes of Walking and Talking. Which, in my mind, I don't know how true this memory is, but of the very early Walking and Talkings being like very intensely self-reflective, like down to the very immediate time span of continuously just analyzing the most immediately preceding thought. And it's not like we're not doing that so immediately. We're not like, it's happened a little bit. It's happened a little bit in where one sentence will be analyzing the previous sentence, and then a sentence will be run on long enough to where it starts analyzing itself before it's even over, so it becomes very immediately self-reflexive. Not that past sentence, but this sentence, as I'm speaking it, is becoming self-reflexive by virtue of me saying what I'm saying right now. But then also, it seems like, you know, what we could call paragraphs or something will also be analyzing previous paragraphs in a way that feels generative of themselves. And so that that creates another kind of layer of complexity of the form of this episode. It's like there is formal repetition and development, repetition and variation, and continuity on both micro scales and somewhat larger macro scales. On the full long-term scale of this episode, we're not sure yet, because we haven't got halfway yet, so we're not sure if there's like a long form formal elements, formal structure that is coherent or not. Maybe we'll find out, but the fact of me bringing this up seems to hint that maybe it will be, or it may become a self-fulfilling prophecy, by virtue of having that thought occur to me. Maybe I will kind of subconsciously be keeping an eye peeled, so to speak, for long form formal structures developing within this episode. You know what I'm saying? And it happens sometimes. And it's pretty exciting when it does. Things fall into place and make sense sometimes. And it's all the more exciting when that happens, when you feel lost for some time, You might feel lost at times here, but you're not really lost. You might be like, what is he talking about? What did I miss? But it's okay. It's like, even if you lost your concentration for some time, which I'm sure you did, you can just listen now and pay attention now, if you want, and you will kind of hopefully discover that this is just this kind of continuing process that you can jump into whenever, and if you stick with it, you'll start to get kind of absorbed in the flow, I think. What really excites me today is that it seems like the bulk of the talking has been about nothing more than itself, but still within that being very complex. Like a really sort of complex, emergent phenomenon of verbal thought that is constructed really out of nothing but thought itself, and not really referring to anything, so that emptiness still kind of shines through. It just feels like a kind of elaborate shaping of emptiness, which is all that appears to us in reality anyways, is all form that we observe.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Great. Wow, I haven't said that for a while when somebody asked me that question. Yeah, I was saying I was saying that all form that appears to us in the world is really nothing more than kind of an elaborate shaping of emptiness. Intuitively, I want to say that it goes the other way around as well. I think so. I mean, because it's like, even so, I don't feel like I'm purely like in the void right now, you know? Definitely not. Like, if anything, I feel, like I said earlier, if anything, I'm feeling more on the full side of experiencing reality at the moment. Still kind of have to pee. There's been so many cyclists today that it's been hard to find a private moment. Is it moral? I mean, is it moral to say great if somebody asks you how you are? Like, is that alienating? I feel like it's alienating if I ask somebody how they are and they say great. Unless the rare cases, unless except in like rare instances where I would also respond the same, you know? Like, I'm actually kind of a fan of these really kind of like non-responses to how you are, like, all right, or not bad, pretty good, or how's it going? It's going. I feel like those are truly authentic usually, you know? Like, what do people really mean when they say, how are you? What do I mean? I don't know. I just say that to, you know, acknowledge that they're another experiencing being. And moreover, it's actually, when I ask, how are you? I think it's actually more about affecting how they actually are. Like, I could actually be kind of, like I was talking before, in my own echo chamber, you know, staring down the void of reality, and somebody asks me how I am, and I'll be like, pretty good. And it's not a lie, actually, because like when they ask me that, it does kind of bring me out of that void a little bit, and just like be like, hey, I'm another, you know, it's like another person being like, hey, I know this. We're both experiencing beings. We're both humans. It's like, you know, that's the thing. It's like, it's just like saying, how are you? It's like, it's kind of like, hey, listen. It's like, it's not truly like a question that somebody needs to know the answer, because actually we all know the answer already. Deep down, fundamentally, you know, it is what it is. This experience of being a human. There are, you know, there are superficial topographies to that experience emotionally, you know, and you know, we could describe those as well. I'm feeling kind of crappy today, you know, and usually these are always very understated, you know, like if somebody says all right, it's usually like well, that what that really translates to, I feel like, is most often, well, you know, I'm an experiencing being here, and I've just been staring down the void of reality. But then you asked me how I was, and I remembered that you also have this experience, and so I feel all right about that. And I remember that this is kind of just a normal matter of fact aspect of existing, and so I really can't feel anything other than all right about that. That's what my interpretation of what all right means. And most of those responses also indicate a knowledge of the transitory nature of experience of the emotional topographies. You know, how's it going? It's going. It's like you know, it's like, you know, I continue to be an experiencing being. It's almost like saying, you know, like reality exists. What exists exists. I think I'm gonna take a pee now, and I'm sure some cyclist is gonna happen upon me while I'm doing it, but I'll set you down for a moment. Hopefully nobody steals you. I'll walk over here. I'm not far away. Don't worry, I'm not abandoning you. I'll be right back in a moment. I'll be better than ever. Ah, yeah. I'm not minding having a body right now. You know, when I said that, I was like, what does that mean, having a body? Well, it implies that I am not fully identified with this body. It means that what I am is something other than my body. And then, as I thought about that for a moment, I was like, this form of consciousness, and I observe this consciousness as feeling disidentified with this body. Even though perception seems to emanate from this body, it seemed as if even the consciousness was like not even really identified with the perception either. And I had this moment of wondering, like, you know, if I'm not identified with this body, like, what happens with this consciousness when this body dies, this brain dies, this particular, you know, configuration of neurons, you know, just decomposes and ceases to function as such. Like, what happens with the consciousness? And that's kind of a hard question, because in one sense it really it feels like this, like my consciousness has been growing and developing and expanding even over the course of my life. And I wondered, you know, this ability to have an experience of consciousness that feels expansive beyond the limits of the body and beyond even the limits of like what one is perceiving sensorially. Is this dependent on the body and dependent on the brain? Is it dependent, you know, on is it dependent on the structures that have formed, which are all, you know, they're all permanent, they're all temporary, you know? This body is gonna have to die, which, like, if I feel excited about this experience of thought, then like that feels sad, because like surely it seems like this brain structure is gonna die, and then this this thought, this like particular, like whatever structure it is that allows me to experience this kind of complexity of thought is gonna go away, and I felt sad thinking about that. But you know, here's the thing. Like these thoughts that I'm expressing, it's not like this is like what my brain purely consists of. What my brain purely consists of is, like, you know, it is something that's far more complex than can actually ever be like verbally communicated. But that's a good thing, because if it were possible to express the full complexity of my brain and mind and subjective experience, it's like that would be something like such a jumble of like stuff that just wouldn't make sense to another being, you know? It's like in fact, like, one could not ever communicate the full complexity of one's own experience to another being, because for another to be able to receive that full complexity would be for the total merger of identity. You know what I'm saying? Like, you, like, if you were fully experiencing the full complexity of my experience, it would mean you would be fully experiencing my subjectivity, and you would in effect be me. And that's not really possible. And to the extent that it were, it'd be like, you know, then like what you are would cease to exist, because like the experience of you would be gone, and it would be the experience of me. And like, you know, if it's not like two subjectivities can be experiencing exactly the same thing, because like you just can't have that, because if they were, they would effectively and truly be the same subjectivity at that point, you know? It would merge. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then like it would merge, and then like, say hypothetically, like say hypothetically you experienced my full subjectivity, like you would necessarily be me at that moment. And then like say hypothetically, so you become me effectively, say hypothetically, then our experiences split off and we go on separate life paths and we have different subjectivities. We would again then diverge and become two separate individuals, again, two separate subjectivities. So it's like to the extent that we share subjectivity, it's effectively like being the same subjectivity, and it's like that's just not really possible, you know. But and so what I was getting at with saying this is like, you know, I was talking about earlier how I was like feeling sad about the eventual ceasing of my brain and my mind and the structure that allows for this. But so I was kind of establishing that what I'm communicating here is not my full subjectivity. It's not the full complexity of my experience or my mind. It's something else. It's kind of a creation of my mind. It's kind of like it's separate object, and it's one that can be perceived by you and comprehended to whatever extent you are able to comprehend this. And it's like, and furthermore, it's like if you and I, what was I saying? Like if you weren't here, if you weren't listening to this, if you weren't listening to this and experiencing this, I wouldn't be having these thoughts, you know. It's in this act of communication that these thoughts exist. Ooh, these are really good black raspberries. Look at the size of that. Nice. Tasty. Like these thoughts only exist as a communication between you and me. They, you know, this is a communication. It's like, you know, it's linked. It's linked. It links our subjectivities in a way. It doesn't fully merge them, but it's a way for them to interact. And this experience that I am having and that you are having, this experience of complexity of thought and the excitement and pleasure of witnessing of witnessing these emergent phenomena of verbal thought, this pleasure of seeing the intellect in process. This is something that's just like, that's manifesting now, and it's an ongoing process that will continue beyond the demise of this body and of that body, of your body. Because this is thought that's traveling in between minds, and it's not that it's going to retain the exact same form, but just like any living being does, it will evolve and it will interact with other thought forms, and it will live on in a certain way. You know, it will live on in the kind of ever-changing way that everything does, is constantly changing. It's like, you know, and not in the least that this is, you know, preserved on YouTube, which I assume is going to last probably longer than my lifetime. Who knows? Something could happen. But this is an experience that is occurring in wider than like just one or a few subjectivities, you know. It's something that's happening between all of our subjectivities, and all of our subjectivities will continue to interact with many others, and with the world, with other animate and inanimate matter. And in that sense, it doesn't really die, you know. You and I, we're actively engaging in the unfolding of the universe. In an exciting way. These are so good. And you know, I think like just the wildness and the way that one encounters these berries is integral to the experience of eating them. Yum. Got people approaching. I'll just pretend that I'm here eating berries and not talking to a camera on a stick. I never have this kind of conversation with the person one-on-one. I mean, one-on-one, who would have the patience to listen to me for 4 hours? That's why YouTube is such an important part of this. Because you can turn it off, you can pause it anytime. You're not a captive audience. I had a suspicion these berries would be ripe today.
Pretty good, aren't they?
Really good. I mean, I think it is true that this you know, this mode of having pleasure in experiencing my own thoughts will not is transitory, of course. You know, just kind of judging by, like, you know, what my experience was like in a day or two, like, leading up to this, which is more like the kind of like misery of experiencing my own thought. So I kind of wonder if there's a correlation there.
The raspberries are coming out. Not quite yet. These are black raspberries.
There's some ripe ones.
What's your favorite?
I'll give them to Willow. Raspberries.
Yeah, I wonder, and I suspect that there may be some sort of correlation of what I would call enduring a period where the experience of my own thoughts is unpleasant and empty, and how I described as kind of staring into the void. And kind of an unpleasant experience of feeling as if I'm not in control of my thoughts. To then, you know, flipping on his camera and then having this like pretty opposite effect, this pretty opposite experience of enjoying the unfolding of my thoughts. Oh, looky here. What do we have here? More. You know, it's kind of like staring into the void, but knowing that it's the thing that you have to do at the given moment. Like it being very unpleasant, but knowing that there's not something, you know, that there's not something to like cover that up with, or that like trying to cover that up is not really going to alleviate you from having to experience that void in one form or another. And so you just stick with it. And then like eventually at some point, like, you're going to see the other side of things, or the void is going to reveal itself as none other than a form, or you will be able, you know, like I talked earlier about abiding in the emptiness, but like in this sense, it's like taking that emptiness and then like sculpting it into all sorts of fun shapes, all sorts of fun and wacky shapes. I wonder if I could physically represent that. That would maybe be a worthwhile endeavor. Just a moment of my mind imagining some like physical representations of that idea, like taking a piece of, I don't want to try to describe it. Maybe I'll try and actually do it someday. We're back kind of in normal land for a moment, right? Not for long though. Now my eyes are automatically peeled for raspberries. They haven't at the parts where it's at the edge of the woods where there's sunlight. We're past the halfway mark. How about that? This ain't bad, right? I have this experience and I think about, I imagine all sorts of quote unquote normal experience, and it appears and it appears in my imagination as really psychedelic. Just any normal kind of experience of, like, I don't know, like when I said this ain't bad, right? Like I had this image of like some kind of like fatherly or coach like figure, just trying to like get you through something that that might be otherwise onerous or something, and then like by just kind of like reframing it as being not bad, like encouraging you to stick through it and to, you know, achieve. And then I like had this weird moment of like being like, oh, I've become this fatherly or coach-like figure, encouraging you to stick with it and experience, pointing out that it's not so bad. And then and then I had this weird identity crisis. Not a crisis, just like a weird moment. I see a fish down there in the middle of that like sandbar area, just hanging out in one of those little divots in the mud. This bridge was a lot more chill last episode. But this is, yeah, this really isn't bad, you know. But if you were like, if you were a little kid on this 4-hour walking talking, like, you'd probably get pretty cranky, I would imagine. I sure as hell would. I'd be whining to go home and get some ice cream. But I know some kids do watch this. Oh, there's a heron sitting on that log. Oh, there's a turtle on that log. Some kids watch these episodes. I don't know how long they stick through it. If you are a kid and you're watching, leave a comment just telling like how long you're able to watch for one time, or like, do you watch a whole episode? Do you break it up? Watch it in different segments? I'm just curious. Nice clouds. But I know it's challenging if you're a kid. I mean, unless you're like unless you're a really cool kid and you're like, and you're just like down with this, and you can just like sit and watch a freaking 4-hour long video of this dude talking about weird boring shit and like not doing anything exciting really. If you can do that, you're well, you're doing good in life. Oh yeah, I guess this is like the turnaround point, right? So we're already halfway through. Oh, time's flying today. So I guess I'll hang out at this bridge a little bit longer since I'm not going to get to pass it again. See, what I feel like the nice thing about having a kid would be for them to get really stoked about things like turtle, you know? Like, I've seen so many turtles. Well, I still get excited when I see a turtle, but probably not as excited as a kid, you know? They're seeing stuff for the first time. And it's like, it's nice to be around somebody who still gets excited about things, but then at the same time they get upset about things more easily too. Like they're experiencing all the like disappointments and little pains of life for the first time as well, and that's like that's not fun to be around. It's like, yeah, you I know, like, you came into this world without having any say in it. Somebody just brought you into this existence, and and then you have to gradually like realize like all these different ways in which life is painful, and how there's no real easy way out of the pain. And so like on the other side of things, it's like you know, having a kid is like seeing somebody being introduced to life in all the positive and negative ways. And so as you grow older and become an adult, it's like things kind of even out. Like you don't get as excited about most things, generally speaking, but then also you don't get as upset about things. So it's okay. It basically evens out. Now it's a little bit more chill on this bridge. And my mind drifts off to speculating about the future. What will happen in the future? It doesn't matter, really. It doesn't really matter. This is super chill. I probably couldn't be this chill if I had a kid with me. Unless I had a super chill kid, but that's unlikely. I wasn't really chill as a kid. We're neither walking nor talking. But let's not rest for too long. Let's start heading back. Remember when I speculated about the possibility of long formal elements developing? Basil. I'm just gonna pinch a little bit of basil. Yep. You know when you're a kid and you're like why do adults eat such boring food? Like we eat like greens? Like why don't they just drink pop and eat ice cream and pretzels all the time and candy? It tastes better, obviously. That's what I wondered. But then you grow and it's like growing older is like the duality of experience becoming clear to you. And so you're not as into sweet stuff, and then you really appreciate a real hearty meal with lots of greens and fiber and complex bitter flavors. Roughage. You come to appreciate pain. You appreciate misery. Because it becomes kind of less miserable in a way. And you become suspicious of pleasure. Not always. Not always. Some people don't at all. Sometimes I'm like, man, I wish I could just like uncritically enjoy pure pleasure like I see other people doing sometimes. I just can't though. Except once in a great while. But I don't appreciate pleasure like totally uncritically, as in while I experience it, I'm fully cognizant of its corresponding pain, the pain that's inherent in pleasure. It's okay to experience pleasure as long as you're aware of the way that it's linked to pain. So that you can also experience pain while being aware of the inherent pleasure in it. You can painfully experience pleasure and pleasurably experience pain. Let's stop and check in and do a little analysis of where we're at here in Walking and Talking, shall we? Because why not continue self-reflexivity? Has it become contrived at this point? Is at this point my kind of jutting in with that feel a little contrived? Maybe it does, but I feel okay with that. It's truly what I started to think, you know. There seems to be this kind of cycle between sort of these broad concepts, kind of remarking on the nature of life, and then getting back to observing more closely, walking and talking. This particular episode, observing more closely the nature of thought. You know what? I'm thirsty. Let's interrupt this train of thought just for a moment, and I'm going to drink some water. My stomach still feels full. That was indeed a very hearty breakfast, or lunch, or whatever it was. So, you know, I was sitting on that bridge and being pretty chill about things and talking about like the perspective of being a kid and the difference, the general difference of being a kid and being a grown-up. That's kind of a funny word, grown-up. Nice vista. Weren't there some berries over here? Thought I remembered some. Man, somebody's going buck wild with that gun. Having a hell of a time. Now what we were doing, we were getting back to analyzing this episode of Walking and Talking. Okay. What's going on now? Let's get back to it. Am I having some difficulty? That's one way of describing it. I may have just kind of like manifested that idea by saying it, though, by choosing that interpretation of reality out of many possible interpretations. See, this is how talking kind of, in some ways, kind of manifests reality, or it at least like manifests my interpretation of reality, and it manifests, you know, your experience of this. It's like I was saying before, it's not really as if, it's not that I'm, you know, purely just reporting on an objective subjectivity that you know, is unaltered by the report, you know? Like, I certainly wouldn't be having the same experience if I were not speaking. And I would not be having this same experience if you weren't hearing it. And so this talking, you know, these verbs are just, they are something that's not equal to my mind or to your mind, like I was saying before. I wish there were some mulberries there. But that's not the quality of thought that we're used to here in Walking and Talking. We don't need to wish that things were different. What do I choose to relate to you? After I said that, you know, I said, what do I choose to relate to you? And then in the moment that followed, I remembered the quality of talking which takes the form of self-reflexive talking and has the effect of disidentifying with like Ben the author. The form of talking that feels directly created by the talking that immediately preceded it. It feels very continuous with the talking that preceded it in a way that seems to reveal itself to me, the observer, and to you, the observer, as having some sort of remove from us as identities, us as personalities. That place where we can get kind of joyfully lost in a train of thought, while knowing that we're on a continuous train, you know, a continuous track, but a track that is kind of allowed to take control over itself, you could say. Am I being genuine about that? I started to be a little bit suspicious of what I was saying, as if perhaps there was some kind of like protective persona being projected through my words. Some kind of persona that seemed a little bit too affected by what I may have been imagining you to desire out of a YouTube persona. You know what I'm saying? Like, I may have been harboring some thoughts in my mind which I was not fully cognizant of, that harboring some conceptions of like of a valuable or attractive persona or like a kind of affect of speaking, a kind of style of speaking that for some abstract reason seems valuable due to resembling something else that I ascribe value to, and then kind of adopting that. I mean, not so much. I might be exaggerating a little bit here. But it may be that, like, I think what it really was again this kind of activity of hearkening back to something that I said previously in this episode that I'm remembering as being like a positive experience or an exciting experience, which again is really reductive and is not fully representative of the true complexity of any of those experiences in the past, which I might describe now as being rich and complex with possibility and the pleasure of discovery of thought processes. And so, like, that's kind of the problem with reducing in your memory, reducing experiences in your memory to any sort of binary of being, you know, uniformly positive or negative, or even, you know, at all positive or negative, because it's really, things aren't really that way, you know. So, you know, like, looking back at that past, like, what I'm imagining might look like a paragraph if it were written on a page, there was some interest there. There seemed to be a reasonable attempt, you know, some decent stabs at both analyzing what is really going on, although I don't suspect it to have really nailed it, and at least a decent effort at, you know, attempting to, like, rejoin the process whereupon unexpected complex forms of thoughts are emerging. So what about now? What about that past sentence? Was that interesting? It, in my mind now, feels reasonably well formed and using some, you know, fun words to pronounce. And now I'm kind of, right now I'm just kind of remarking on my own enunciation and my own manner of speaking, and I'm kind of noticing how it actually does have a certain propulsion to it, at least to my experience. I'm projecting pretty well. I feel like I'm enunciating very clearly, and it doesn't feel too effortful to do that. I can, in fact, right now I'm just kind of like observing the rise and fall of my voice in conjunction with the movement of my mouth to, you know, form these vocal vibrations into vowels and consonants and such. And I'm enjoying, sorry if I've been right up in your face, I was kind of unconsciously holding the camera a little too close, but I've been enjoying the rate at which I'm observing myself talk. I mean, I'm enjoying observing the rate at which I'm speaking at this moment. And also at this moment, I am coming to appreciate how long I've been talking in something that feels like continuous, like not coming up with a shortage of things to say, but by the time I finish one thought or thought fragment or sentence fragment already having the next one beginning to form, and not having the experience of needing to stop and, like, say, think of something to say. And on top of that, just experiencing the physicality of speaking as well is being something that I'm, like, kind of remembering and feels refreshing to notice. That past sentence, like, I was, as I said it, honestly, right after I finished the sentence, while the sentence itself was remarking on the physicality of talking itself, once it finished, I immediately started thinking about the syntactical and grammatical structure of the sentence, which is an entirely different dimension of it, and, you know, critiquing that a little bit, being like, well, it could have been a little bit more grammatically formed to express a little bit more clearly. But now that I've said that, I'm feeling like the past few sentences describing that action were pretty well formed, or they expressed what I was saying pretty well, I imagine. I think. It's like an ongoing explanation of itself. In that gap, like some somewhat external, kind of abstract thoughts, imagining some different people, imagining some different types of personalities, hearing or watching this video and kind of projecting on those what those different types of personalities, how they might react to this, or what their experience might be like, and you know, kind of questioning whether certain types of personalities might have a negative reaction to the sort of nature of this video of me with my specific identity talking for this amount of period in this kind of continual way, in this explanatory tone, whether that might have some, like, whether some people might have some negative associations with that, wondering that, and maybe, like, having just a slight worry about that, like not really wanting to bring up negative associations with people, but at the same time feeling confident enough in the sort of positive regard that I'm holding for every viewer, that, like, and also feeling confident enough in the spirit of this process as a whole, that I'm just I have no hesitation to keep doing this, you know, and like within this process, it allows for this continuous examination and disclosure, to where where I feel like the sorts of conceptual objections that might exist have all of this room to really be considered thoroughly. You know, the question is like, so like one subjectivity, this subjectivity, it kind of going on in a vacuum of sorts for long enough, like, does it will it, you know, automatically kind of root out all the blind spots? You know, who knows, like, what really is a blind spot? Like, that's also subjective. Yeah, I don't know. I think there's certain things that could be pointed to as blind spots. In at least an inner subjective way. Meaning, like, if meaning that, like, it's not out of the question that, like, the majority of people could agree that one particular person is speaking hatefully or speaking ignorantly or falsely, you know, or willfully ignorant, or you know, we could agree that that is a sort of blind spot, or a point of view that needs further examination in order for it to kind of come into alignment with more prevailing reality as reality unfolds and develops, and general human consciousness evolves, and culture evolves along with it. There's more. I could continue on that kind of like conceptual sort of speculation, or you know, I guess kind of pontification, but it actually feels like a little more important to stay a little bit more localized, you could say. You know, not to not create this imaginary abstraction of other experience within this experience right now, so much that I might get lost in speculating about some imaginary circumstances. Like, we don't really have to do that right now, because like we have this experience right here, and we can investigate this like more closely and find. I really think we can find, you know, all kinds of richness just here in this experience, without using too much of our imagination and, like, you know, forming these like hypotheticals where we could be like reacting to these hypotheticals with like self-righteousness or indignation or you know, various emotional reactions to something that we are in fact, that is in fact an abstraction that we're projecting out of our current experience. So let's just kind of like keep it local. Know what I'm saying? Oh, that was like the most affect that I had in my voice so far. I just noticed my breathing, a somewhat heavy breath for the first time. Gosh, we're getting close to the third hour. I mean, the fourth hour. Long form formal aspects, nothing like super standing out. I mean, there's been this kind of A-B type of structure of, you know, of talking about concepts that relate to the past and the future outside of this video, and concepts that involve abstractions and generalizations about life and about human experience in general. And then the other kind of formal section being the more self-reflexive type of stuff, as you know, you're probably familiar with at this point. So I guess as far as I can perceive the form, it's fairly simple on that macro level, but you know, there's still a little over an hour left. There's things yet to be discovered about this episode, and things can, as we've experienced in past episodes, things can be put into context retroactively and to be made sense of retroactively, which is a really interesting experience, I find. To exist in a state of unknowing or confusion or relative lostness for some time, and then for all of that confusion to be retroactively like meaningful. And but this isn't, ow. This is not to say that that we've really felt so lost in this episode. What? How? Ow. Something either bit or stung me in the arm. That smarts. It's been a fairly engaging walk and talk, I must say. And not really because of any like particular like, and not because of any characteristics that are superficial either, I would say. Like, the thing that sticks out to me about this episode of Walking Talking is something that I described before as shaping emptiness into complex and interesting forms. Ooh, almost stepped on a slug. So like thinking about this emptiness and shaping it into forms, like how does that relate to my present experience right now? You could say that I'm reattuning my attention, which feels funny to say because it's like like that seems to imply that in the past of this video, that it was like unhinged or something, or or like, you know, not sufficiently reined in or something. And so, like, what does it mean to like renew my attention, or to recenter it, other than kind of sort of a subjective experience that is kind of, I don't know, what is it? It might be a result of, reframing my past as something that it wasn't exactly, you know? To describe your current state as being like present as a adjective of your current mode of attention, which is, you know, something that we hear a lot of these days. Like, what does that say about everything else? I mean, it's true. It's true. Or is it? I don't know, man. Like, you know how I was talking about, like, in the day or day and a half, or maybe even 2 days leading up to like this episode, me experiencing kind of unpleasantness of staring into the void of my own consciousness, like, and then like flipping on the camera, and then all of a sudden like feeling like feeling the fullness of reality, and the enjoyment of witnessing my own mind at work. Like, would we say that I wasn't present before? I mean, I was presently observing my own thoughts and observing my experience, as unpleasant as it may have been. But there's nothing about that seems like inauthentic or false, really. And there's nothing about the previous duration of this video that seems like, you know, insufficiently, you know, like inferior to the current mode of attention. Ooh, there's a bunch. There's also poison ivy here. Some strained breathing sounds for you while I lean over. So good, but also feeling motivated to keep talking. You know, it's not so like wearisome to be talking today. It's fun in the way that like interesting work is fun. It's so crazy how vastly different one's like kind of emotional perception of of their own experience can be, like how I can feel, like conversely, like dread and despair about my past, present, and future, and then conversely with like positivity and excitement and enthusiasm about my past, present, and future, with, you know, nothing objectively changing about it. Just like, yeah, I just was remarking on how positive I feel at the moment, and how much that contrasts with how I feel at other times. I'm just I'm remaining cognizant of that transience to add it to my storehouse of transience cognizance for later use when I'm feeling really negative. You know what I'm saying? To be able to feel really negative and to persist experiencing that negativity, and remain aware of its transience, and remain aware of that, the kind of function, you could say, of negativity. I mean, the function of negativity, I would almost say is just like the moving through emptiness into experiencing the full side of it. There's got to be a better way of saying that. I don't know. I almost don't even want to say it. Just it's just like so inherent, such an inherent and fundamental aspect of reality that it's like I don't even feel a need to say it, or something like that. So like there was a little gap in speaking, and a number of thoughts ran through my mind. One of them being like a thought that I feel some physical tiredness, but then as I started to investigate that thought, that also felt like an unuseful reduction of this experience. It's kind of like to say that I'm feeling physically tired is like, it's taking an amalgamation of sensory experience and weaving it together into a concept, and comparing that amalgamation to an imagined other state that might exist in the past or the future, or some alternate reality that I would describe as more energetic. And then between the comparison of those two amalgamations, labeling this experience as feeling tired. But I don't actually see any use in that descriptor now. It doesn't really have any bearing on anything. It's not like I'm gonna stop walking and talking or really do anything differently. Like, at very best, it's kind of like maybe an excuse or an explanation to you about why maybe my speaking isn't as energetic as it could be, but that's not really useful. It's like, you know, the talking is the way that it is, and my physiological and emotional and mental state are the way that they are, and I don't find any problem with them, and I don't see any reason for you to find any problem with them. And you know, as a matter of fact, as I observe my own speaking right now, it doesn't even really, like, it's not even really displaying any hints of what I would call tiredness. I mean, yeah, I did a pretty good workout this morning, and so maybe I'm feeling a little bit some effects of that, but it's not, you know, I can't just call it a bad feeling. If anything, it's good, you know? I'm not like, you know, I'm not like holding on to any like extra like adrenaline or energy that like feels bundled up at the moment, and that's actually nice. I will say, like, in that gap just now, that like little between sentence space, there was a thought of like looking forward to being home, and this is a little bit of a an echo or a what do you call it, recapitulation or something of what I remember talking about last episode, probably in roughly the same geographic area and probably at roughly the same time relative to the beginning and end of the video, of, you know, having at first this kind of superficial thought of looking forward to the end of this, of looking forward to like sitting down and relaxing more, but then kind of like realizing the unusefulness of that looking forward behavior because I was and am still, you know, fully committed to continuing to talk for the 4 hours and feel, you know, like there's plenty of energy for it, you know. I'm not, you know, I'm not really like pushing myself to a limit. But there is, you know, having become accustomed to this 4-hour duration, I think I'm probably, there's probably an internal clock going that kind of like senses when the end is getting nearer and how much energy I can allocate myself. And now that I said that, it starts having me think about, I don't know if this is the best practice or not, to think about having a reserve of energy, and whether, you know, whether there's a finite amount of energy that I can put forward to walking and talking. If, you know, if I feel like I have enough energy, can I like expend more of it by talking like more rapidly or more enthusiastically, or like thinking like deeper, or with more attuned and continuous attention keeping, or something like that? Is that a possibility? You know, that seems like a reasonable thing to suggest, that I may have a certain attentional capacity that is linked to you know, my blood sugar level, for instance, and that. But then there's this question, like, does like thinking deeper, so to speak, or like being, you know, more intensely present or something, is that actually using more energy? You know, am I like am I like metabolizing more blood glucose by doing that, or not? You know, it's actually like, it's possible that it's even the inverse, that if my brain is scattered and I'm doing something like worrying or stressing about the future, being upset about things, that is, it seems reasonable to assume that might be using more of my blood sugar, more of my energy reserves, while maintaining focused on present might be conserving some energy somehow. I don't know. It does seem true that there's like an attentional capacity that can be exercised and it can become exhausted, I would say. But yeah, I think so. You know, everybody gets, after a certain time period of doing any one specific task, we start to lose our ability to focus, and, you know, increasingly become drawn towards doing something totally different. At this moment, you know, there'll be little moments that might creep in about like thinking about doing something else, or looking forward, I can't wait to like sit down and stop talking or something like that. But by and large, I still feel very interested and engaged in talking, and really happy to be spending this time doing this like with you, and like really appreciative that you're here listening. And like, I realize there's only about 45 minutes left, and I'm like, part of me is a little sad that there's not more time. I mean, I could theoretically keep going after the 4 hours. There's nothing like to stop me, but you know, we'll see how I'm feeling by the time 4 hours rolls around. I might be, you know, ready to call it quits, and you might as well, and then there's always next time, of course. But until that happens, let's just cherish this time that we have together. let's, you know, this experience that we're having, it's pretty good, right? Whoa. Oh, I saw a root and I thought it was a snake. I did see 2 snakes that one episode, you might recall. That one episode that was in the same general area. Different segment of the same trail. The one with all the red efts, the little orange salamanders, that's the one that had the 2 black rat snakes. Not the episode with the rattlesnakes. That's a different episode. I think that was just one rattlesnake that appeared in that episode. That was interesting. That I had this pretty like long, you could almost say impassioned, you know, segment of coherent rant, let's call it. And then, like, you know, suddenly derailed by thinking a root is a snake, and then like just, you know, talking about snakes and in past episodes, and then a moment of silence. So interesting how, like, you know, a train of thought can be so exuberant and excited, and then like psh, like one little thing interrupts it, and then like psh, it's like almost vanishes like a puff. But you know, then we just bring it back, you know. We have now, there's the same energy, I feel like, to my talking. It feels, I feel invigorated myself. And like I was saying before, it's in both the physicality of, you know, vocalizing and pronouncing and enunciating, combined with this intellectual dimension of witnessing these concepts being formed out of the words. One cyclist is passing. And then, and just now, as I kind of observe this, the brief silence, or kind of like the ease with which that exuberance was kind of interrupted, or at least paused, it got me thinking whether that exuberance is being put on effortfully, or if whether it's flowing naturally. But you know, that's a question that brings in again this question of agency, of like, am I putting effort forth to do this, or is it happening? Is it just kind of happening? And I think it's neither one or the other fully. Those are two just kind of different ways of observing of what's going on, I think. But then, you know, so then it has me observing like the energy level a little bit more closely. Like, if my exuberance is being interrupted, does that mean that it would be more appropriate to speak in a slightly slower, more measured tone, a more measured pace? Like this feels, well, that past sentence felt like a slightly more measured pace, still enunciated pretty clearly, but kind of spanning a longer time on each syllable, stretching each syllable, well, not every syllable, but certain, you know, the accented, the emphasized syllables, stretching them out a little longer. I wasn't doing in that sentence. In that sense, I was speaking fairly rapidly, I would say. But it's interesting now to observe that variation in the length of syllables. Like, will that happen again? This pacing out. Like now I'm observing these little pauses between words in sentences. And in that one, I observed a rhythm happening, a kind of steady rhythm of words like that. Like, you know, that one, it was like dun 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 dun. Like that was like a fairly clearly rhythmic structure that I'm noticing. You know what I would love is for that YouTuber that who's the drummer who drums out the speech patterns from movies. It'd be amazing to hear him drum out a little segment of walking and talking. Oh, that would be so great if that could happen. That guy is amazing. Maybe I have to give him a shout out. I can't remember his name or his YouTube channel at the moment. But maybe I'll like put it in the description or something. If I remember when I get back home and upload the video. Sorry to alienate you by like bringing into the forefront the temporal difference between you and I, but it's okay. It's not a real temporal difference, because it's like, it's not about you and me separately having, you know, separate experiences. It's about this communication being a shared experience between you and I that is in a way divorced from temporality. You know? Like the time of, like the specific now of me talking and the specific now of you hearing and seeing, they don't matter in this context, really. Like, I mean, we are culturally and linguistically similar enough for this communication to occur, which, you know, is you know, just self-evident in the fact that you just understood what I said. You know, so the fact that I, you know, filmed and uploaded this video in the past, like, doesn't matter. Or that you're viewing it in the future, like, no. It's there, it's all the present, you know? I'm saying this now and you are hearing this now. You know, there's not really a divide temporally. This is a bridge. This is a temporal bridge of communication going on here. That it you know, in some way it transcends it you know, it transcends like the terminacy, is that a word? The like terminate nature of life. What is being created here is in a way immortal. You know, this language existed far before you and I existed, and it will continue to exist long after we cease to exist. I think, probably. Who knows? Anything could happen. But like beyond just the conceptual parameters of this language per se, is just the phenomenology of this, which is truly unbounded. That's, I don't know, that's some big words to say nothing much other than, like, you know, what's happening now is just part of a process that is the world, you know, unfolding in time and space, or unfolded already in time and space, depending on how you look at it. And from that perspective, there's nothing to worry about in terms of things ending, you know what I'm saying? And then my thoughts drifting off a little bit to a future that's a little bit, that's abstract enough to not really be related to our communication right now. Gnats. It's gnat time here. Not nap time yet. And then I thought, what about a little moment of silence? And then I said, what about a little moment of silence, and defeated what would have been a moment of silence. Clearly there's some momentum here. There's some momentum of talking. And of course, as I say that, then I, like, you know, stop, and then, like, the momentum goes away seemingly, but not really. As soon as then I started talking about the momentum stopping, and then became apparent that it's continuing fairly effortlessly, with a content that's really nothing. I mean, the content is always nothing, but it takes different, it takes on different shapes of nothing, and different levels of elaborateness and complexity. At times being very obviously nothing, at times being like mundanely nothing, to where it's a kind of nothing kind of talking that is quite familiar with us in the everyday. But then there's times when it takes on a kind of uncommon type of nothing, like an uncommonly complex type of nothing. And it's always an uncommonly long type of nothing, but in a sense, language is always empty, and is always kind of shaping emptiness into apparent forms. But like when we do it continuously for 4 hours without really dwelling on any specific content, and allowing it to become very self-reflexive, and you know, generally kind of straying away from actual content, it becomes more, its emptiness becomes much more apparent. And we can enjoy, we can like appreciate its emptiness and enjoy it and have fun with it. And like we can actually, we can enjoy the fact that it's like way too much to absorb or process, and all the while realizing there's not really anything for us to process it into, you know? Like we remain, you know, you can listen to Walking Talking for a long time, and you can stay aware most of the time that there's not really like, there's not an important takeaway. It's not, there's no need to reduce this talking into a simpler concept that you can like remember, and it would be probably impossible to do so anyways. And so you can just kind of enjoy the experience of listening and of, it's like comprehending, yes, but not really. Like you can understand what I'm saying, but whether it's comprehension or not is questionable, because even if you are comprehending, there's nothing here to comprehend. Or another way of saying that, it'd be like comprehending nothing, or comprehending emptiness, or comprehending like the emptiness of comprehension, and comprehending the ultimate, like, kind of, you could say futility of it, but that's like, there is, yes, an ultimate futility in comprehension and in understanding and in everything, you could say, but conditionally, relatively, there is great function in a lot of things. Like, and I say conditionally and relatively in not too minor of, in not too diminutive a way, but in such that they pertain to the maintenance of life, and continuing your life, and continuing to maintain a relatively happy state, or a satisfied state, or at least, livable existence. Which, I realized that was a fairly convoluted way of speaking, and probably difficult to follow, but I'll reassure you that there's nothing important to understand in there, and I'll follow that by trying to reiterate it in simpler language, if I can remember what it is I was explaining in the first place. Yes, it's like when you listen to Walking and Talking, you probably realize at some point, probably some point long ago, that it's pretty empty of like substance, that you're not really like taking away substantive knowledge from this, even though you can understand what I'm saying, and I'm speaking in an intelligible manner. Like, you can understand the words I'm saying, and my sentences like technically make sense, but what, like, if you try to pin down what I'm actually talking about, it like comes out to nothing. And for me, this feels like an authentic way of speaking, because this expresses like what my experience of comprehending language is often like. Not always, but often. I'm often, you know, I am able to understand what people are saying, but and it would seem on the surface that what people are saying has content and substance and means something, but very often that it boils down to a kind of emptiness to me, or just, you know, just kind of a reforming of the kind of substrate of reality, whether emptiness or form or neither or both, or however you want to put it. And that's fine. It's like I understand that, and like that's you know, that's just another aspect of existence unfolding, is manifesting through the various forms that people's words take. And I am expressing that experience through the way that I'm talking for a long time and walking and talking essentially about nothing. And so it's like, while what I would call, you know, normal speech is like, you know, has this, is ultimately kind of empty, or as I say, kind of like reshaping emptiness or something like that. It does have relative function and relative substance, and relative in, you know, I just mean in relation to things like goals and the pragmatics of everyday life, and you know, practical communication, and those are all very real. I mean, I don't know, at least relatively real. Like, but like, you know, the relative is pretty substantial much of the time, because to stay alive and to maintain our bodies and our minds and our consciousness, we have to exist in, like, what I'm calling the relative, the conditional world, where we have to do specific things to maintain our corpus and the continuity. That's a whole nother can of worms. Continuity of our consciousness, but that's a whole nother can of worms. So it's like, that is also real. But in walking and talking, what really we have the privilege of delving into in these videos is a type of talking that's like more continuously aware of its emptiness, and is enthralled in its emptiness. And we take joy in it, you know, in remaining aware of the kind of, like, you know, ultimate substanceless of this talking. Wow, that was, I remember, I think I prefaced that whole spiel with telling you that I was going to restate something in simpler terms, and it turned out to be much longer, but I think pretty understandable, at least to me. It felt clearly enunciated. I mean, how much you comprehend is, you know, is dependent on our kind of like linguistic and cognitive differences. But by virtue of you understanding this, I know that we are, at least to some extent, on the same page, or at least a similar page. And so I feel happy about that. It's, you know, it's nice to be in your company. You understand me. It's great. It's nice to, you know, it's nice to be able to broadcast this in this arena where like so many people have access to it, and I can connect with like a lot of people that can understand what I'm saying. It's really a marvel. It's really like a pretty new phenomenon, you know. What's going on now? We got some potential copyright infringement going on. Nobody report me, please. I'm walking past some music. I'll try to keep talking over it so that it's not identifiable as a you know, copyrighted song. Woo, what's the, oh my God. A dead little ringneck? Aww. Aww. It's a dead little ringneck snake. Aww. It's so adorable and so sad that it's dead. God, I gotta get away from this music, and not just for copyright reasons. If you know what I'm saying. God, give me a fucking break. Oh my God. This kind of faux old-timey shit really makes me uncomfortable. God. What, you know, could I possibly articulate what it is that makes me so uncomfortable about that music that we just heard? It's that music really strongly, really thickly projecting an identity, like a kind of like consumable identity that just feels truly inauthentic to me. It seems to like imply like God, it implies like simpler times, by, you know, like back in simpler times, days bygone, when men were men and women were women, like me the bringer of, me the cultural preserver of this purity of antiquity, of the you know, of, you know, historic America, being like, you know, this historic, this, it's this romanticized ideal of some historic America, being like with the idea that we're preserving it as some sort of resistance to the evils of modernity. That is what's going on there, and it's total fucking bullshit. It's like me, the heroic resistor of modern aesthetics, preserver of the purity of antiquity. I bring forth to you these sacred tones of times past in order to rejuvenate your spirit and embolden it to continue to live by the pure virtues that that Americans once lived by. When we were all just, you know, farmers and homesteaders who worked hard. You know, unfettered by consumerism and you know, the modern, you know, work-a-day office drudgery, soul-crushing, whatever. Get that shit away from me. Anywho, what's in the past is in the past. I got to enjoy making fun of that music. I took pleasure in making fun of that music. It was really more of a gift than an impingement upon my peace. It was a gift of content to react against and to experience the pleasure of imaginative and illustrative indignation against a particular aesthetic. It was fun. And why did it always and I strongly associate that aesthetic with liberalism as well. A kind of moralizing. More, you know, it's like I'm moralizing against this like imagined other who is modern and technologized, even though I think that otherizing is kind of false and destructive. Just the whole positioning oneself as resistant against modernity, I think is misguided. But as the formal structure of this episode of Walking and Talking dictates, we shall now return from conceptualizing about broad abstractions which stretch beyond the bounds of walking and talking into the self-reflexive analysis of this very mode of talking. So, where are we at? I'm momentarily distracted by the fat bike. What's with the fat bike? You know, the fat wheels. The guy looked back at me. He heard me. I think he heard me talking about his fat bike. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe it's fun. Aren't mountain bike tires wide enough? I don't know. I guess I shouldn't knock it till I've tried it. But let's get back on topic here. We're getting a little bit whimsical. We're getting a little bit what's the word? We're getting a little humorous. There's a slight cynical tone to our humor. That's okay. Tired back. Thirsty. Gonna drink some water. There's only a few minutes left. And I'm thinking about, like, you know, what can I deliver at the end? I have to pee again. Really moving the liquids through me today. We're drifting back to normal thoughts. This happened, well, this is, you know, there's some formal symmetry here because, of course, we started out speaking very normally. My mind is tending to jump a little bit whimsically from thought to thought, and I feel tempted to, you know, be a little, you know, short attention, like jump from one thing to another. Like, I wanted to say, I wish I'd see another one of those ringneck snakes, but alive. They're so freaking cute. You see what I'm saying? This attention span, maybe it's waning now. Maybe it's like that I know the end is coming on, and I'm starting to give way towards just kind of being more, I don't know, identified with my thoughts, and a little more swept away with the onslaught of them. And that's okay. It's like before this episode, being, you know, actually painfully aware of my thoughts in an unpleasant way, just like my thoughts being very unpleasant, and my emotions being very unpleasant, and trying my best to what should I say? To one, like, restructure my narrative in a less negative way, to not much avail, and also to continue to experience just the general emptiness of reality in the least filtered way possible, successful at continuing to feel the emptiness of reality, but a little bit unsuccessful at doing away with the filter. You know what I'm saying? That is like still having this kind of like onslaught of thoughts in between my observation and reality, if that's an actual thing or not, I don't know. So kind of identified with my thoughts in with a negative emotion underlying that. At this point, and then like, you know, and then walking and talking and feeling immediately alleviated of all of that, and having many moments of being disidentified with my thoughts and taking great joy in observing my thoughts form from a distance perspective, somewhat distance, experiencing fullness of reality more or less throughout. And at this point, it could be that my attentional reserve is nearing depletion, and so my mind is tending to drift from thought to thought. But as I say that now, I observe that in the past few minutes I have maintained focus on a continuous train of thought that is very coherent to me and continues to be coherent and followable, at least by me. And so that kind of contradicts what I am saying about my attentional reserve. So it seems like, you know, I still have some capacity to maintain a relatively unbroken awareness of my thought process and to not be completely identified with it. I am anticipating, once I end this video, that my thoughts will return to the much more pragmatic sphere of life, to the what I was earlier calling the relative mode of life and of thinking, wherein I will do pragmatic things that relate to the maintenance of my corpus and brain and mind and reasonable happiness, that sort of thing. I'm almost a little sad to be ending, you know? I've really enjoyed inhabiting this experiential zone, for lack of a better word, and this forming this connection with you, this communication. I really, I'm really like, I'm honestly cherishing these 4 hours that we've spent together. And I'm honestly looking forward to the next time. I kind of can't wait to do some more. I'll probably have to wait a few days. Or, I mean, I won't say have to. I'm going to choose to do some other things for a few days, and see how that goes. And then I'll do this again, and we'll continue to experience things. I think, I think we're at the end of the 4 hours, and yeah, I feel ready to shift now. Oh, here's some more berries. I'll just I'll stop and I'll eat some berries, and we'll continue next time. Thanks, honestly, thanks so much for joining me for this. All right, take care.